Alright guys, Chaotic is back at it, you know. I hope you like my truck, you know. I say, me have to do a yellow truck for this stream, yeah. I try my best to mix out the color, try to mix a deep yellow. I don't know if it gonna look more yellow or it gonna look more like gold yellow, kinda brown goldish, or sometime in the light. When I mix the paint in the guard, sometime in the light it look different. That's why I'm saying what I'm saying. Alright guys, let's get into the job market. And let's look for a load to carry. I carry that truck here for sure. We don't carry that often. Run the truck. Alright, let me set up a glass here now. Yeah, we could work with that. Oh, the load look like it just right over the road there, guys. Look inside to me. My GPS are kind of try to show me some kind of corrupted data there. I tell me for drive and go some way. We're not following that. Right, so we loaded. We need some fuel in, guys. Fuel low. Alright, let me see if we could get out here. Every time I come here, I'm gonna bounce them cars here, you know. Let's see if we could not bounce them today. Alright, we're good. Right, we need some fuel, you know. Let me see if we could pull into this place or something. Right, I think I see a fuel stop somewhere way down the back. Get yourself down there. What through the space now? Angle look like a bad, you know, but let me see if we can bust the jive. Might be able to pass through without it in the truck anyway. Right, so we're good to go. Let's hit the road. I truck look mad, you know. I just want the tuning back now for it, you know. Just me. And we good to go, you know. Right, to go bypass the way station. Clarky, welcome to the stream, brother. We're back on the road, and bro. Me have them. Me have a little truck on the back, you know. Dumb truck I go deliver. Nah, man, me not have to tell them watch out, man. Man, get better, brother. That make me feel like if man some kind of novice driver tell them for watch out. Oh, brother. Me become good now, you know. We not have to tell nobody watch out again. I drive good now, man. PC Gamer, welcome to the stream, my brother. Wagwan. Everything good, brother? You can't wait for buy a steering wheel. When you're playing Chuck Sims 2 or you're doing racing, which one are you doing? Well, either way, bro, driving on a wheel is great, bro. Make sure your wheel is 900 degrees rotation. Nothing less than that, and you could adjust it through the range, but 900 degrees no rotation for the least, and you're good to go, bro. So buy something like anything like a Logitech G29 is 900 degrees, Trustmaster T300 and up is 900 degrees and counting. I would like to believe all of them newer wheels, PXN and all of them, they're gonna be above 900 and above rotation, and you're gonna be good. And listen to me, you have a lot of options now, you know. Me realize direct drive wheel I get cheaper and thing. So you're gonna enjoy yourself while you're going and pick a wheel, bro. You have a lot of options these days. $929, that must be Trustmaster, bro. Logitech is G29. G29 is the name of the Logitech wheel. It's not that I'm promoting the Logitech. I'm just saying that you could get the Logitech if, well, I should say if your money low. Because the Trustmaster and them, the Belt Driven and them better than the G29, and anything that is newer that is direct drive gonna be way better too. Cause me find the direct drive prices and them come down kinda reasonable. You could even I'm gonna advise you to go that route, especially if you have a channel or something or you're playing games online. Yeah, you don't want to be buying a wheel every minute, so getting one of them newer direct drive wheels gonna be a good investment for you. Cause you're now jumping in the market, so I bet you just do that and done. But buy an entry level direct drive wheel and you're good to go. Wait. Can I access this gas station from behind? We need some fuel, you know. Guys, let me just kind of peep over. Yeah, we should be able to. We want some fuel. We know what you gauge here. Freightliner, welcome to the stream, brother. Wagwan. You want to know my engine brakes sound like? I just know, brother. You have to hold on for that thing. You have to hold on for hear that. I'm putting some fuel, right? So we already fuel up. We get 89 gallons in the rig. I get back out on the road. Freightliner, just hold on. We'll bring the truck up to speed and we go pull the exhaust and let what take place. Right, this is what direction me come. This thing I try mess me up. I think I saw me have to go back, you know. I think so, you know. GPS, I'm not driving all the way around. I could just drive here and go so. That one my Jake sound like, brother. Cat C16 hour run. Alright, we need to pull up to change out the time that we get some daylight in the sim. Right, let's get all back on the road, guys. Right, so we reach the destination. Right, that was a good drive. That was a good drive. Good run that. Alright, let's see how we could navigate this thing here, so now. Guys, if you take it on the edge, man, left it, you know. Oh gosh. Right, so we jam our front on the wall a little here, so but they take it, we left it. We not play that. We not try to play no hero. That drive there is a hard one. Trust me. Don't scrape up the bumper already. 27 grand, we're looking good. Let's see if we could get another load. Right, let's see what going on, you know. What else? We get cables are go down in Arkansas. Alright, let me carry the cables. I carry some little light load here and there, man. Fight up with every heavy load I through. 1 and 2 times I could carry some light load, man. Right, we have to find the load now. I think it's somewhere wrong in the back. Alright, so let's see if we could like spin the truck around somewhere, so and back up. Firestar, wagwan, brother. Wagwan, bro. Good news. Oh, you Armstrong Gaming said he likes your videos. Lol. A little Friday joke. Happy weekend, my brother. So it's a joke. It better be a joke, you Jew, man. Bro, don't do me that, man. Don't do me that. Don't get me upside, bro. Don't get me upside. I got to want a big streamer. No, he's a big. Yeah, let me call him a big streamer. Nah, he's not big like Armstrong, but I went to that big streamer. I got still call him big because he's way bigger than me. Streamer time, man. You know me, I got some of the man stream and just say hi. You know, no nothing too big, no too much attack, you know, nothing. And the man see my name, the man say chaotic symbol. What is a chaotic symbol? Me do some, say, see me. Let me not do go at people's streams. Like, it don't work out for me. See? Me say, see me? Now, let me just stay in my lane. Oh gosh. Right? But Firestar watch me, you should have come this weekend instead of the last time you come in. So I go down on the highway this morning because I had some business to do in town. Normally I don't go to town in the morning, but I had some business that I had to do this morning in town. Well, you know how we carnival start, right, Firestar? So I go down the road and when we reach by the stadium, bro, I don't know who keep that fet there. But bro, that fet there score. Bro, if you see people, because I judge it by based on the amount of cars I see out there. Because I accustomed seeing plenty cars out there for events. But not like this, bro. Not like this. And I know you Trinidadians came and supported because I see some beautiful women who I know not from Tobago. Them kind of color woman and that woman that see that this morning, me say nah. Most of them women they're not Tobagonians. Them color they different to me accustomed see. See? And so me know the carnival got turn up this year because it look like it's starting. Turn up. Right? But I just telling you, I don't know if them think that is your thing because you might not like I don't know if you like carnival. Because them thing really my thing. We go watch from afar, me good. See? But the carnival look like it might be crazy this year. No, I know it have a Trinidad and content creator that just cover these things. Like cover it last year. I'm subscribed to his channel. I think his name is Radical TV or Radical TV or something like that. I feel I'm gonna look for him and know he's going to come over and cover carnival because I covered it last year. Seen? So if you want to see how the carnival look, you could type in Radical TV or Radical TV or something like that. So in YouTube, I know he's going to come over for it. I know he's going to come over and cover it. See? And we're going to see how the carnival going to shape up. But so far, it looking like it start off swinging. Right? Stinky Dirty his voice event. Oh, okay. It always so loud. Okay, so I didn't so was voice where do that event there? And the name Stinky Dirty. Okay. Well, you have to excuse me, bro. Me not know fat boy, me not know about them stuff there. Oh, so that come like a Marshall show in a way. Oh, Marshall, anytime Marshall show a show, it'll just mash up and sell out. Oh, me understand you now, bro. Well, he make some nice money. Me not tell you no lie. That event, then me just watch how he look. Me say, nah, boy. Me say that ram out. He ram out, brother. Trust me. I tell you, both sides of the highway line I go down the road, straight down to the traffic light. I just cast back one side of the road. That's the event, you know, bro. And the mall, let me say the mall, sorry. The stadium car park ram out. Everything ram out. I said, jeez. Right? But that says something still because that means that the carnival still it a pull because if he keep that event and he get so much people there, I'm going to tell you a lot of them people there, I know a Trinidadians. So it means that then I will just come up for a one show there. They will come up, they will start a show there then. When the Juve come, they will hit the Juve and they will hit a couple of things here and there. So I believe it should be better than last year. Right? But it just start off swinging with that show there. Okay, so Voice do a good job. Yeah, Voice is a bad artist. Voice is a bad artist. Right? From a hit song that he came out with, and like I think two other songs I heard from him and I really like them. Voice is a bad artist, trust me. Him bad. Right? So you always, so you been doing it for the last 3 years. You do it in New York and thing too. And it always a sell out Labor Day and thing. Oh. You were Miami Carnival recently. Okay. So voice are the big things, man. Voice are the big things. That's great, bro. That's great, bro. That's great. First time here about an event there. But you man do the right thing, you know what I mean? Cause your brand gonna be stronger because you have to make content. When you're an artist, you have to do concerts. That'll make your brand stronger. So now we know he could break out and start for just do concerts alone if you want to make him money, you know. You understand me, bro? Cause his brand gonna become strong because he know have a we could call it a big name along with a festival, because if you call it, he get a name for it and he go everywhere and do that and he's doing well. He's doing good. So his brand gonna be stronger, you follow? Making money is about marketing in Firestar. It's about marketing. So that's a brilliant idea you come up with there. That's brilliant marketing, bro. So even though if you don't perform like any kind of big shows or anything, I mean for any contest or anything for like Carnival or come next year, you still have your own brand where you could just keep on running your own little program. You understand me? And I'm making money. Understand? That's smart. That's smart. Right, so you said 2026 they go run it again in Trinidad and everybody go eat their food. Alright. Yeah, boys, it seems like his event is well promoted. It's well promoted. But the amount of people me see out there this morning, me say nah. I'm gonna tell you most of them are Trinidadians. Most of those people are not the Begonians out there. this morning. Because this morning, people are work for God to see. You understand me? One and two people go me believe, but the amount of people me see out there, me know most of them come from Trinidad for what event measure. Man say if it always sell out, it's obvious Chinese will always be there. You know? Yo, my brother, hold on, Lee, walk on. Welcome to the stream, my brother. You're driving and watching me at the same time. Yeah, man. Thank you very much for supporting the channel, my brother. I appreciate it. Thanks for the support, man. Right, so we need to pull into the way station. Right, 70,000 pounds. Yeah, for sure. When you have a goal, you have to believe in it. And you have to work it hard. You must believe in it, bro. Because if you not believe in it, nobody else not believe in it, you know, bro. Yeah, me get you 100%, bro. And you want to be successful at it. Must is a must, bro. So me get it. Pastor, even if nobody not believe in your dream, you have to believe in it, you know. Nobody don't want to believe in it. You have to believe in it and work it hard. And tell yourself it will come true. And sometimes I just the perseverance that you tell yourself you must make it, does make you make it, you know. Yeah? Because you believe in it, bro. Joshua Wagwan, my brother. Welcome to the stream. Wagwan with you, everything good? Yeah, me have Discord, Freighty. Me have Discord, my brother. You got sugar? Oh gosh, diabetes. Sorry for that, my brother. Well, bro, all you have to do now is take care of yourself, you know. So, you got certain things you can't eat. It have certain footwear you can't wear. You just have to just follow the all the guidelines from the doctor and try to take care of yourself. Right? Sorry for you get that lifestyle disease there, but bro, just do what you need for you to keep yourself healthy and keep yourself okay, and you should be okay from there, right? Is the screen frozen? No, the screen not frozen for me. Probably on your end it must freeze. My monitoring not show me everything good. They have to be on your end, bro. Alright, so guys, I don't want nobody to take it no way, but we do want to promote self-promotions in the chat, eh? Due to past problems on the channel, I don't allow people to self-promote. So self-promoting meaning nobody is to exchange no kind of social medias on the channel unless it's straight to chaotic. Anybody want to know about my stuff, it's okay. Any kind of interaction within anybody in the chat about Discord, about Steam, any kind of social medias is prohibited. Right? Alright, let's pull into the weigh station and weigh up the truck. Right, so we 70,000 pounds on board. That Lord Wagwan, brother. Welcome to the stream. Pretty, yes, I have Discord. I have a Discord map. The Discord is chaotic. Number sign 4663. Right? Put it in the chat there. That is my Discord. You could tell me what is your Discord name so I will know to accept you if you're sending me a request. Right? Outside of that, anybody else in the chat, if it's straight towards me, it's okay. But no No self-promotion. The reason for that is when you self-promote in a man chat, if anything is to go wrong between you and that man, the people that he would have come to your channel and Ghana would come back to your channel and have problems with you if you and he have problems. Been through it, and I don't want to go through it again with anybody. So since that instance, I decide that I don't want nobody to self-promote on this channel, right? And as a matter of fact, sometimes the person self-promote and take people from your channel, and you don't know, I might not be watching your channel, so I don't know what you're over there saying about me. So you understand how much I say? So we make sure that we keep everything straight, right? Everything good. That Lord, I'll keep on trucking in, man. Keep on doing the content, to keeping the pressure on. Everything good, my brother. Everything good. See, there is some cable reels here. Light load. Here a little light load today, man. So only you get to me say about the self-promoting though. You get to me say about it. I hope you didn't miss that part there about the self-promotion. Right, so only no self-promotion on the chat. Right? No exchanging on Facebook, Discord, any social medias, Steam, none of that in this chat here. Right? Reason for that is because if me happen to have a problem with anybody, they come out and they go off here and me correct them and they don't like it, they're going to turn some of the people who are come here against me, and I don't want it. And what would happen eventually is that everybody gonna stop come who in other circle. So in order for mitigate all of the craziness there or any kind of drama, we don't want no self-promoting. If you are the own stream and the man come to your stream and the man asks you for your Discord, fine. But to say come here and exchange things with people here, that is prohibited. I don't want it. Right? Hope you could understand my position. Right? Right, so we're cruising along, just listening the song of the C16. Chuck song good. Right, we have about half tank of fuel. I have to look for a fuel stop just now too. Holland Lee, you not hear what me sell it while, brother. Let me just pull up, brother. Holland Lee, you know hear me look while say? You know hear me look while say no self-promotion in the chat? But why you send a and brother, just please, let me see if you understand me. You understand me say no self-promotion in the chat? You know what self-promotion means? I don't want nobody to exchange contacts in the chat. The live stream, any kind of contacts for the exchange in the live stream is supposed to be towards the creator, not to any people in the chat. That's not what the live stream is about. This live stream is to promote this creator here. And any other person who want any sponsors or any deals, you have to come through this creator here. You now come in this chat and then loaf off of the chat. Loaf off of the hard work. Not so this thing work. Me need to send a request. Let me sorry request. Me need to send say something in the chat. I want to know if you understand what I say, bro. Because I explained before, little while that I had some problems with this kind of vibes a while ago on my channel, and it caused a set of drama, and I don't want it on my channel. So you're not to send send people requests and ask people if they want requests in this channel here. I hope you understand what I say, and I hope that you not do it again, because if you do it again, it's going to have some consequences. Right? I hope you not take it no way. I just tell you how I feel and I tell you how I run my channel, bro. Right? Yeah, you could install real radio in ATS and ETS. Yes, you can. You can Firestar, you can do it. Yeah, well, you're gonna have internet for play them. Once you run Steam, you have internet, bro. You need internet for use Steam. It have an in-game radio in the sim. So you just once you get whatever and put it in the config files, the radio station will show up and you just click. When you go on the radio, you just click on it and it will just be playing in the background while you're running. Let me say about config files. I think it have a folder for radio and inside of the documents or something like that. Right? Oh, I didn't know it have a radio. No, well, if you're a creator, you wouldn't listen to radio, bro. You're gonna get strike. So you wouldn't listen to radio. But if you want to just play it normally, you could do that. As a matter of fact, I think you're supposed to have a folder. You could have a folder, and you could just like, if you have music on your computer, you could just drop some music in a folder, and you could access the music too, if you want to. You understand? But no creator wouldn't do that because like play music on YouTube because you're gonna get done for it. So you're not gonna make that mistake on YouTube. YouTube music on yours. Alright, well, yeah, if you're using the YouTube library music, well, fine. The people who decide to go that route, fine. Because those library music, they allow you to use that on YouTube. Let me pull aside and change out the time. Chuck look mad, you know, guys. Watch it, Chuck, you know. Right, let's get back on the road. Yeah, you see, I meet up on a research, like somebody was doing some video and I put up on it, and long time YouTube used to allow, in the beginning of YouTube, they used to allow people to like use music, and then the companies and them, those big studios and things start to go after YouTube. I remember people that on the platform and make money, and you cannot use the people them content without the permission. Right? Yeah, the things you might be able to get away with, but music is a no-no, bro. I'll be careful with music. Even like reaction content is so fickle, bro. I did a reaction content at time for my channel, and I was watching another person explaining some things, and I say, yo, me go back and take it off, you know. And the video was doing good. I think it had about 500 views. And it was keep on pulling views. I go back and I delete it. See? Because, you know worth my channel, bro. You understand? So, there are some called fair use, but fair use is a kind of, is a sticky thing. Right? And nobody know how to cut if you are do YouTube, especially a little creator like me. I don't want to go to court for nobody thing. So you stay away from that. So what happened is that YouTube, the big studios and them put YouTube to court and went after YouTube because of all these people on the platform just use music and ting and that. And that is where YouTube put that in place, and they don't play with music. You might get away with like reaction content and 1-2 things. Music, especially if you're gonna use some big studio music in your content, you're in trouble. So people stay away from you stay away from that, bro. So if you have the radio on in ATS and that a place that a copyrighted music I go down the road, you know how much trouble you look for it. That a plenty trouble, bro. You understand? Oh gosh, wrong. You better you have your own playlist, so nobody can copyright. Yeah, well, if you could make your own music, fine. And right now I'm not even like it have some royalty free sites and things. I'm not even advising people to use them there. Since I'm doing content, once me use wanna make me work, me use something from the YouTube library, and after me stop. When I even trust that. But it's there for creators to use. Right? So I was saying the royalty free sites and them, I don't even trust them there, because it could be royalty free today, and then remember you might use it now and next 2 years you don't know if the person decide to do so and take the thing off the site and copyright it. And you wouldn't be looking for that as a creator, because you don't use whatever and you move on, and you have so much of content on the platform. You not study that. It's until a day you see something pop up. Hey, you've been strike for this, or you have to hand over something for this and whatever. And then now you have to go dig through all of that for find that, for get rid of it or whatever. And it all depends, because the person could hit you a warning, they could hit you a permanent strike, they could say, alright, you know what? I want all the revenue for whoever I get for that. You understand? They could hit you a claim, forget all the revenue. Because if you want to use a little piece of them thing, and them decide for hit you a claim, bro, all the money you make on that video or that live, it goes straight to them. It no longer comes to you. And what's it if it do good? And what people does do, they mightn't strike you if it's not doing good, or they mightn't hit you if you not do good. But if it's doing good, might be the one video you get will do good. And start to bring in some crazy views and some crazy paper, and next thing because somebody claim you and say all that revenue is mine because I use XYZ in a thing which is mine and you didn't contact me. Right? So I have to kind of careful. Right? It's no joke thing. Martella Street, it's no joke. Serious business. So nobody no want to go through that. So nobody wouldn't play no music or no radio on ETS and ATS and drive around. That is content self-deletion. That way I try to yourself. That means you are trying to delete your own self from the platform, bro. That don't make sense. Right? And Firestorm, I don't know if me ever give you the breakdown. Right? I have a liquor system. My system is not big. But I could tell you it is expensive. It is nothing cheap. And I have a liquor system to some of these bigger YouTube truckers on the platform. Sim truckers, me just call them. My system is a infant to some of these fellas' system. So that are thousands of dollars what them I play with. See? And then your time and your effort into YouTube. Count your time as money. Right? So when you consider the money you spend on the system, the effort into your content, and the time you would have spent streaming or making videos to go up on the platform to reach monetization, but then do so, unless somebody there just take one of your videos or one of your live stream and do the best because you use the thing and just start siphon all the money away from you. You're not gonna be happy about that, bro. So it don't make sense. You won't create and make that decision then. It's not a good decision to make. Right? Welcome to the stream, my brother. How are you? Man, everything cool, man. I say, we are the good, man. I pull a little cable and thing on the truck. I tell you, truck look sick, brother. Everything good, you know. Oh gosh. Wrong button. Everything good, brother. Right, we need some fuel, you know. Guys, we need it bad. So we go and get some fuel. You love the truck, yes, it is beautiful, my brother. It's a beautiful truck. Wait now. My pass. The fuel stop. Guys, my might have a backup. A little. Alright, let me see me cut on in here stuff. I thought it had a road further down, but it don't. So we go. Drive through this area so. What engine? It's a Cat C16. Caterpillar C16, bro. Right, so if you want the mod, you can find it on the Steam Workshop. Engine and Transmissions by Raiden. Look for that one there. You get a set of engines in it. Just download it. All you have to do is subscribe to the mod, and then it will come into your mod manager, and then from there you just look for the C16 and equip it on the rig, and then you're good to go. If me about like the head trackers and them, yes, me know about track IR and them stuff there. I know about head tracking. Yep. Oh gosh, bro. What I do? You not see me or what? Alright, let's go. Yeah, head tracking is a good investment. I'm not saying no. It at that time I was interested in it, but for some reason, me feel me that move me too much. So it's going to be I feel it's going to be distracting to the viewers for me. Even though I think you could map a button like when you're not using it. So like if you're using it like driving on the stretch and you don't want it to be bobbing around with your head, you could like temporarily disable it with a button, and then when you're ready for it, you just able it back. Right? But I move my head too much. I move my head too much, bro. I'm gonna make you all sick. Right? Sometimes I might dip on a seat and then me feel uncomfortable and you see me go so or something like that to free up whatever tension. Me might be feeling my legs or my back or whatever. And it's going to have the camera jumping all over the place. And I don't want to do any of that. So I decide for me, it's not a good investment for me. But before I start doing YouTube, I was thinking about getting it. Right? But you have to kind of have some etiquette when it comes to your head. You understand? Because remember, if you stream and people watch you and you move your head, it's going to be shaky the camera. Right? So you know, if you are doing a stream, you have to stay still. You can't bounce yourself and move your head and you see the next thing me just have to turn me head for watch chat. So that's gonna put off the viewers. So that not work for me. Right? But thanks for the information, bro. Right? Nah, police or charger in a roadblock. As a matter of fact, nah, you don't get charged for the roadblock on them. No, you don't get charged. But the areas where like it have a speed limit and it have roadworks on the road and you break the speed limit, they charge you for it. The charges on them is different in different areas. I can't really remember, but it's different in different areas. I took off the fines on mine because music get charged up too much and they kind of get fed up. I just hear anything going off. I'm gonna take it off. But they charge like for the street, for the with some of the tickets on them in different areas of the map you get charged differently. Yeah, you don't get charged the same way everywhere you go. Some states is cheaper than others. Right, let's see if we could find the parking spot, you know. I'm not seeing what the parking is. I pass it or something. Oh, go on. Yes, no. I know it look like you may pass the flag somewhere, you know. I wonder if it's inside of this building. Just now, guys. We see something here. Yep, it ain't in the building. So we could have just drive across there. But the way I was looking on the map, I don't know it was inside the building. Alright, let's see if we could back this up in here. We'll do some precision driving, you know. Right, the couple now. Looking good. Right. Let's see what else. Could run some aircraft engines. There is some high value cargo, you know. The warehouse grill. Yeah, man, SES. SES has step up on the assets, man. Yeah, they're doing good work in it, you see. And that is something that a lot of the truck sims now focus on that I try come test to. They don't understand that the reason why ATS and ETS big is that is the attention to detail. It's not really okay, so them don't have this, so we go put this in we sim and automatically we override them. They do a lot of detail work. The work detail. You follow me? The driving good. You understand? So if you come for contest them, you have to contest them on them levels there. You don't even have to like launch a truck sim with the most things in it, but just make it be more solid. It must be more solid than this by far. See? And me know for do that, you need some time for do that. You have to stay underground for quite a while, building a sim, testing it underground, and not telling much people about it or nothing. But you tell the right set of people and you test it underground for some years. So when you drop it, people go shocked. You follow me? Some of the establishments and them it have workers around working, you know. I don't know if you ever noticed that. Like for instance, watch them two man there I fix up the little hill climb vehicle, yeah. You understand me? So they have attention to detail with many of the things around and them things that too. It's just that we didn't see nobody by that way house. Follow? Yeah, man, the people them they pay attention to the details. That's why I could drive in and them stuff. Yes. People and them do a tremendous work. People just like, there are some critics that would just always knock something because they just want to knock it. You understand me? They can't study people in a way. But SCS is a top tier company. Right? But even though the top tier people gonna say, oh, they're not this and they're not that and watch out this and watch out that. But not everything you could do one time, you know what I mean? You have to prioritize what you're doing and what is more important and stuff. You understand me? Yeah, based on your system, it can fool you. Me not tell you no lie. It could fool you. It could have your mind drifting off and kind of taking it a little too serious. Some of the racing sims and them that build good does give you that feeling there too. You just get kind of like caught up in it and feel that you know it's a game you're playing in, but you just kind of get drawn into it. It does feel a little like it fools your brain to make you feel like what you're seeing is real. You understand? And that's the next thing where SES pay attention to. The speed of the vehicles on them that run next to you, it's important. Like for instance, you see like these slow areas here, how they run slow in the slow areas and then they pick up on the highway and them kind of things that's up. And when they reach certain places they slow down, and that have a lot to do with cooling your brain too. And the speed, you have to calculate properly the speed that the environment is passing you. You understand me, bro? When you look through your windscreen or your side glass them or whatever, side mirror, side windows, sorry. So there's a lot of things that they have to do in the sim to kind of make you cool your mind and make you feel that this feel real. You follow me? And that's what I keep on talking about. It have some sims that come out there, focus on some things that this sim do have. But the problem is that the core of the game is not good. And if the core of the game is not good, it damages the whole product. You follow me? Because we play some sims where the traffic on the road don't look believable. It's either they're too scanty, or they run at the wrong speed, or they run at a constant speed right through, or something like that. You understand me? So in ATS and ETS, and they took a while to get this right too, because I remember in the beginning, most of the especially the trucks, they run uphill like they're not getting no load. And people talk about that and complain about that. And then they adjust it. If you notice, certain trucks, not all the trucks run up the hills them at the same speed. Some run slow, some run a little faster, and some crawl. Right? And all of that, you know, it contributes to you believing, yes, this thing I feel real when I'm there in this virtual world. You follow? And the foliage and them things that do. They really take their time and create the things them properly. It's a lot of work, but people don't understand. If you even watch the settings of the trees and them, they don't look random. Watch it. They don't look random. They don't look like you just place trees because you just feel for put on trees there. You could see that there is some thought going to how they place the trees and the bushes and the whatever. You understand me, bro? No, all of a sudden when we get this cough, man. Yeah, me know what I talk about, bro. You see, and the thing about it is that I thought SES used to make these maps like they used to like go out and look and scan and make it. I thought it's how they used to make it, you know, a true like map data they use and make them thing, yeah. I don't know if it's Google Maps or whatever they use. They are map data them I use and make this. So it's brilliant for you just pulling up map data and zooming in and watching and making it brilliant, bro. It's brilliant. I tell you straight. But I know like the trucks and thing for sure they have to get somebody with a truck and go out and do their work and get the songs and them stuff. Right? But the map data, they do it off of some map data, bro. No, well, when I said I'd use they take the map data, me not mean they just import it in a bro. Somebody have to bring it to life in the game. I don't know how they generate it, but somebody have to generate it and bring it to life in the game. You understand? It's not like they just pull the map data straight into the game. No. It's not like Microsoft Flight Sim where has some kind of map data where they're streaming from wherever. It's not like that, no. They do the work. A developer do the work for the map. But to get like some of the roads, like how they set up and how the area look and them things, they have to get all the data off a map. Because it even have certain places in the sim, if you live in the area, you can even pinpoint buildings that are landmarks. So it's not to say that it's fictional, like a fictional America. It's not a fictional America or a fictional Europe. But they have to, because it's not one-to-one. When I say one-to-one, the distance is not exact like real life in the sim. They have to kind of crunch the data down. I don't know how they do it, but they crunch the data down. Not to make it look like unrealistic, but they find the ways to crunch it down. So it's not as the distance from one place to the next is not as long, but it's accurate enough with how they crunch it down to scale. If that makes common sense. Follow me? any other truck sim I come through, they have a lot of work to do. I'm not telling you like. People complain about like the graphical fidelity in this sim to say that it should be like way better than this. But I think that's irrelevant. That's irrelevant because you can't even push forward the graphics too much because a lot of people will be left out. Because it as is, people don't struggle already. Because the other day, meet up street, I said street, we need to do a stream. Because it has been like about 2 years now, me and street not come on the channel. I say I have to come on the channel. And she was like, chaotic. My PC gets slow. And street had pretty good specs. How about we go say 4 years ago. It was running good. So that is to tell you that when he tell me that, I don't know, say, the sim getting very intensive. I might feel it that much because I'm streaming. I kind of set my PC with a good bit of buffer. And when I get time, I have to do a little bit more upgrading and give it a little bit more buffer again so that we could continue to bring the content. But if you have a PC that you just do for gaming, plenty of people PC don't struggle already. Because what gonna happen is that you're gonna have to be only knocking off settings every time you do a graphical update. You're gonna be knocking off setting until you yourself will not be satisfied with the graphical fidelity. You have to run at it to run smooth. And that is when you know that you have to upgrade your computer. See? So even if SES could push the boundaries and make the graphics more intensive, they wouldn't do it because then you cut out your user base by doing that. So they have to do it small and incremental, but people gonna still drive it because it look good still. You don't forget ray tracing for the graphics to look good. The story is once a gameplay is solid. A lot of games show you that once the gameplay is solid, you're good. Oh gosh, man, bro. Nearly take out your back there, you know, bro. Oh, we drive like up to the we escape it, man. Keep the wheels turning. If anybody ever do the whole mapping ATS before, let me show you my map, brother. I'll show you my map. I'll show you my map. What it, Olanli, what it look like, bro? What it look like? This now me I doubt the whole map. Watch everything yellow. It's just some like little like probably like back roads. All them little gray spots you see is like little alternate roads that the GPS actually not putting me on. So like 1 and 2 of these places might be discovered if probably I like me change the route. If I know where they are and I change the route, I'm gonna be able to go through these routes. But the GPS will naturally don't pick these routes. Right? That is what's going on here. Or probably if you have it on small roads, it's going to send you through these routes. But because I have it on best, it will only send me through the best routes. But pretty much this are covering the map. We done it there. we don't joke around, you know, bro. We don't joke around. And that is the whole original map in ETS there. We don't joke. We drive every day, all the time. You understand me, bro? Alright, brother. Me go check the Discord. You understand me? So, anybody who's streaming is going to drive out the map in ETS. In ATS, sorry. ATS. Once I drive every day, I drive out the map. Because, and especially like how I do World of Trucks. World of Trucks is a brilliant idea them I work along with SCS. Hear why I say this. The people like me who do the World of Truck events, they set it in such a way as you buy the DLC, you drive out the whole map. Because in order to get whatever price they have to give for you, you're going to drive out the whole map in less than a month. You drive it out. Because while doing the event, you actually now buy the map and you drive everything out. So, you're ready for the next map. If that makes sense. So the collaboration with World of Trucks and SES have is a smart one. For the people who does do the World of Truck. Very smart. Business model. Right, let's pull aside and change out the time. Alright, we're hitting the road again. Right, let's pull into the way station and weigh up the truck. Gosh, that's not back up a little. Right, 51,000 pounds. Keep on rocking. Right, so that's city parking. I kind of go slow and see if I could get this thing in. Alright, let me see how it look. Yeah, looking good. Alright, decoupling the load now. Right, so let me see what else you could get to run with now. Alright, this place has some heavy equipment. Alright, let me try that's some Wagga Wagga, and we're going to Texas. Kinda on the border of Texas and Oklahoma. Yeah, that is where we're going. I guess it's around the building. Yep. Let's hit the road now. Jackknife it a liquor. We'll get out of this one. One in the back. Right, like we get it out. Alright, let me change out the time. We'll do with some fuel in the truck though. Cole, welcome to the stream. Wagwan, my brother. Man said this is dope, man. Yeah, man. Where like the stream of the truck, bro. Either way, thank you very much, my brother. Me appreciate it, you know. Trust me, you know, bro. Right, let's fuel up. Let's fuel up, man. Alright, so we right up 83 gallons. See me come make a U-turn and get back out there. could have gone a little wide there, you know. If I could have gone a little wide, actually. Because we cannot jam it to come inside. Let me see if we can get this line up and back up this. My trailer not really come around properly, you know. There we go, so. That mirror there, we could hardly see out of that mirror. Let me see if we can back this in us now. Right, watch it there. We get it in. They copy the load. Right, we're looking great, Right, oh, what we didn't pull. We was something we not really pull. We didn't pull any autonomous tractors. Alright, we will go for the how much? 40, you know, is that good? These are good running now. We go with this crown wagon here. We go put do that long haul. Eh? So far we're doing good, we're keeping the concentration up. We ain't driving too bad at all, trust me. Then we just back it up on the road, you know. This is a massive load, you know. Right, let's hit the road. Right, let me see if we can get this one out safe. Right out to the edge, you know. Try to get it out. Hope not touch up again. Right, you don't feel like it touch. Let me get it out safe. Let's run, guys. Welcome to the stream, bro. What kind of shift I have? I have the THA8. That's the Trustmaster shifter with a SIMU shift knob on the top. And the SIMU shift knob, you could get it on Amazon. It's a black man replica shifter at the top with the range and the splitter. You have a G29 with the 18 speed thingy and and you can't figure it out. Alright, right, so what goes on? You have to go in the menu. There is a video on YouTube about it, but I could just kind of quickly explain it to you. You're going into the menu, right? And that's the menu with when you just look and see the gears, right? You have to map every gear, right? So when you map every gear, that's the 1, 2, 3, 4. You're mapping that to your bottom shifter, right? Your top shifter, you have to make sure in that same menu it have a drop down box on top. You have to make sure that it detects this. So it have, I think it's about 3 or 4 slots or something on top. You put the knob on one of those, because when you press the drop down box, you're gonna see whatever the game is detecting. You put the knob on one of those, right? Then in the menus, there you have to map the range and the splitter. You're gonna have a way to map which one is range and which one is splitter, right? Then I think it have a check box you're supposed to check so that it works properly. So you're supposed to tick a box. I can't remember what the box. I think it's it marks something like to use toggle or something like that, because this switch essentially on the top part is toggle switch. You follow? So you have to tick that box, and once you okay it, you come back in the game and test it and see that it's working. The one in front that you flip up and down should be your range, and the one on the side of the knob should supposed to be a splitter. So the difference between range and splitter, the range will move from the bottom box to the top box. When I say the bottom box, this is what I mean. The range supposed to give you from 1 to 10. So when you flip it up, you're supposed to go up to the higher box, which is supposed to go from 12 to 18. That's if you have it the way I have it. If not, it's gonna be one high, one low, whatever, right? No, it's gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 going on, right? You understand what I'm saying? Splitter supposed to split the gears between high and low. Now the way I have it, me have it for count out to 18. So when you see like I'm at 16 there, me drop down on the splitter and me pull down, it go to 17 on mine. Yours might go to, this might be 9 low or something like that, right? Based on how you set up your thing inside. So it's just the menus you need to get properly. So what I'm gonna advise you to do, go on YouTube, type in how to configure HKRS shifter in ETS or ATS, and it's going to bring up an option for you. Follow the steps what the person showing you, and you're gonna be able to sort that out. Put that knob on top. Follow? But you might have to, what you might have to do, once the bottom shifter working properly, you're good with that. So you're just gonna have to find out how to map the range and splitter and what the box to check, because the tutorial should tell you how to find it on top, because it could be that you're not select it on top for the game to recognize it too, because you have to do that step there, then you have to do the part with the range and the splitter, and then you have to take the box for the toggle. So please go and find a tutorial that you understand. You're gonna see a lot of tutorials. Look at one that you understand, follow it carefully, and you should be okay. Right? Hope that helped you. I wish I could have stopped and actually go through the menu and show you, but I don't get time for that on the stream. You get too much tutorials out there showing you actually how to do it. Give them some views. You understand me, bro? But I hope what I say you understand and it helps you. Right? Man say yes, thanks. Alright, cool, brother. Right? It's been years since me do that thing there, but me still kinda understand how it is. But like to actually find the menus where it is, the UI would have changed numerous times since me set up mine. So I cannot even tell you exactly where to find the UI, because you're gonna have to dig. But once you watch a tutorial, it might be an old tutorial, but it will show you, and you just go through just dig through the new thing until you find exactly what they're talking about and you do whatever. Right? Because it's years I've set up mine. The UI must go through, I must see 2 changes since me set up mine. So I can't even actually tell you, well, alright, which menu and which menu, but I remember the process. Right? What is wrong with this Range Rover, man, boy? Man, swing over in front of me, bro. Alright, so let's pull you in by the scale and do an inspection. Alright, so 60,000 pounds, let's change up the time one time. So we got it done. Alright, let's hit the road. Let's go and get some fuel. Fuel up. Let this go pass through, yeah. Hope I don't hook it up while I'm going through. 130 gallons. We nearly run the tank empty, you know. Alright, let's see if we could get this load in here now. Alright guys, we need to go forward a little. Oh, this one, this is a tight fit. It's a tight fit. We'll get it over a little bit. Yeah, this is real tight fit here now, you know. Alright, I'll leave it right there. Let me chop it right there. Guys, we knock out that load there. That was a good haul. Good haul. Alright, so let me see what going on here now. What else we have? Raw milk. Long time we don't run a trailer like this. I run some raw milk. Alright, so let's hit the road now, guys. Fire Star Wagwan. The back. You fall asleep. Oh boy. If you fall asleep on this stream so boring. Oh gosh, man. Yeah, man, we're going to the top of the hour. We get one. I believe this load there should be able to carry to the top of the hour. And then I'm gonna call it. That should make it about 5 hours of streaming straight. Yeah, Jamaica got a powerful tropical storm. Oh gosh. Yeah, man, say some prayers today for the J people and them, man. Sorry for you that, bro. That they have to go through them things there. Yeah, man, one love, man. One love. One love for the J people and them, man. Caribbean brothers and sisters, man. Right, so let's pull into the way station. Alright, 78,000 pounds. Everything good with the truck. Brake squeaking a little, but they're not charging for it. But let's keep on rocking. Okay, so mother said the devil will create all the disasters and them. Well, nevertheless, who create them, we have to go through them. That's the story. That's the story, my brother. I'm going to say something, but it might be deemed controversial. And then we might end up in a different pool of streamers, so we don't have to say. But whoever create them, right? We have to go through everything what they create. That's just the whole story. Right? You want to know how come the AI trucks on them faster than me? I'm gonna take my time and drive. The AI trucks on them don't climb hill as if they have load in them. Some of them I should say, because some of them just climb the hill and them slow. Yeah, the AI always go over the speed limit. Even when charges there and you know see, the AI don't get charged. You know? So the AI don't drive whatever limit they want to drive. Sometimes they go to the limit and sometimes it's like they go over it. Nevertheless, the traffic, you know, this same here are the best AI traffic. No lie, even though they have little bugs right now, are the best AI traffic I see so far. I don't see no other sim with AI traffic that believable as this. Right, so let's go and park up the load. Jerome Wagwan, brother, welcome to the stream. Jerome, you come late to the stream, man. I know I go finish off, you know. But everything good, my brother. Yeah, man, everything level, man. Everything good. Man, say go rewind. Thank you very much, brother. You support the thing right up, and I appreciate that 100%, bro. Trust me, you know. Right, so let's shut off the truck. The cup of the load. We have to know if you have traveled an AI vehicle for see where they actually going. They go drive into territories where you can't go because they drive through like the barriers and them and they go disappear. So that nothing for follow. You go follow them into the abyss. Anyway, like, share and subscribe to the channel, my friends, and don't forget to big up yourself.